Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Today we're going to be doing our calibration game since rank reset, right? Actually, Ditya, you're here. Tell you what. You want an Undying or Invoker, right? I'll play your game now, okay? Hello, Lula. Hello, Renard. Hello, Ditya. Let's do support. You want a position 4 anyways, right? Hi, Vinny. Hi, Nicholas. Sounds good, buddy. Some of my camera settings changed. Hi, Michael. I hope so too, Renard. Hi, Blend. Am I gonna recalibrate core support? Oh, there's a difference? Oh shit. Oh, dude, that's a lot, huh? I don't know, man. I gotta think about it. Hold on a sec. The stream is gonna continue, but it will freeze for maybe 10 seconds. So just wait, okay? I'm still gonna continue queuing. We are gonna be freezing for about 10 seconds. Just wait, thanks. And we're back. See, we're back. No need to panic. Don't panic. Payback, glad you like the jacket. Working for the weekend. Wah wah. One core, 6 support games, huh? 7 games, that's a lot of games. Too much stress. Endorsed by Puma and Under Armour. Shh. What you missed, Eddie? Nah, nothing. We just started 4 minutes ago. Oh, I just thought of a sound effect that I want. There we go. That's the sound effect I wanted. Downloading it right now. Rank calibration is broken. Ranks are dropping. No, the limit is just set higher at the beginning of the season, and then it goes down. For Immortal, when you first at the beginning of the season, I think it was like 5.9k to hit Immortal, but then it lowered down to 5.7k. So just think about that. All right, we got the ding sound effect back. All right.
Cut and weave.
All right, we got a new sound effect. All right, you guys ready? Okay. Shit, I found a bug in this game, guys. It's Weaver. There. Sometimes I wonder, is it worth even playing Dota after being in a 9 lose streak? I think my longest lose streak in ranked games was 11 or 12 or something like that. Don't worry about it, man. It happens to almost everyone. Unless you've only played like 5 games. 19 years ban new rank rules for toxic people. That is great. Unranked matches are taking too much time to find today. I hope it doesn't take too long. Hi, Leaf. I'm your idol? Thanks, Najib. Sounds good, buddy. Oh fuck, I'm on a lose streak myself! Sometimes I wonder, is it worth even playing Dota after losing this many games? Yeah, I gotta get that 9K contact summary back. Who the hell disliked the stream? Who? I say we find him. And we fucking gut him. Oh yeah, hey Vinit. Vinit, are you here? Actually, people who like to use sound effects, we have Sparta back. Here, let's try it right now, Sparta. It's not fucking doing anything. But it should. Oh, sorry, I forgot to update it. Wait, it'll work in a second. Wait. Okay, we're gonna try that again. Watch. Thanks, Wayne. Najib, feel free to ask me any questions, okay? Let's go to Area 51. Do you want to pay for my plane ticket to America? Howdy, yokes. Hi, Matt. How you doing? Hey, you playing Classic WoW yet? Lulu, Johnny, Andrew, and I are playing on Blamooks server. I'll say it again. Blamooks. Would you like to join us? Where the fuck are my sound effects? Okay, you know, we're gonna restart this bot. This fucking bot. You don't want to play World of Warcraft Classic, man? Don't you want to just waste your time playing a video game? Oh, we got a game! Alright, yeah, let's do this. You done school yet, Matt? Jesus. How many times do I have to ask you to fucking finish your school already? Come on, you know you're gonna play Diablo 3, Matt. Especially the next season. Let's be real here, homie.
Your turn to ban.
Who am I banning, guys? Ban techies. I'm never gonna finish school? Wow. Well, I suppose in some ways we are all forever lifelong learning students. Am I right? Thanks, Ryu, for the good luck. Yes, the school of life. Oh boy.
Remember, the goal is to have
Invoker.
fun. You know what to do.
Alright, do my sound effects work yet? Let's try it. I believe it works.
This is Sparta!
Hey, there we go. The sound effects are back. I always try to ban the holy trinity of techies, Invoker, and Tinker. What about Broodmother? Do I have new sound effects? I do. Which one are the new ones, Lulu? Some of the ones you sent me months ago. Yes, I believe Disaster. We have Disaster. We've got some.
Weave your fate.
We've got some. Alright, gonna buy this item, and this item, and this item.
Your pick.
Does Nunny work?
This is where you win or lose. Your pick. This is where you win or
I've added,
lose.
I think, most of them, Lulu. Let's see, does Nunny work? No, it doesn't. Hold on. Okay, we'll update Nunny right now. Right, Nunny should work now. No, it'll work now. Watch.
お前はもう死んでいる。何
I almost kind of missed the at the end. Almost. Oh, definitely a 4-staff game. Yeah, you know, it's... The annoying part at the end is only good once in a while, not gonna lie. After you've heard it like 30 times a day, it starts to get pretty annoying. Don Pablo. 75% win rate with Clockwork in the last 20 games. Previous match 18-3. Oh. Your teammates have 4 mid-hero. My teammates?
Over yon.
Actually, every one of us can mid. Who's...
Fortune and glory await.
Forthwith, it is
So I have yeah, this is the game for you, okay, buddy? I have never ever done position 4 Invoker, but you know, we're gonna try. Nunny extra. 5-minute cooldown. Oh, you know what? That's actually a genius idea, man.
well away.
Anyways, what new sound effects do we have? I don't think we have any new ones. No, we have runes and 9th. No, wait, we have runes. We have an item. No.
So
Yeah, let's try
it is
runes.
said.
30 seconds to showtime. Oh, I see lots of good digging spots out there. What are we waiting for?
Wait, was it really that short?
Thus
I look like the
says
villain
so.
kid? Yeah, I suppose I do. Actually, you know what?
The spell
Have you ever seen me and that kid in the same room? Where, dude, I don't have
of
hotkeys.
course.
Pay attention now. The battle started.
Ricky
I've been
fucking
waiting
took
a
the...
long time for this. Relatively. Fine. Mindfully. I'm well aware of.
Yeah, fuck you, Ricky.
I'll not be interrupted.
You don't want the wave to go into the tower?
Athwart my path. As needs be. Tedious.
Okay, man.
Away
However you want to
hence.
justify it.
This bores me. Such tedium. I am committed. Short legs.
Should probably
you
buy
know.
like sentries or something.
I proceed. Orbs light my. I am a beacon of knowledge, blazing out across a black sea of ignorance. You dare fight me? This bores me.
Good thing I have triple quas.
Well away.
First blood!
Concentration. An honor to fight me. Yes. True arcanery.
How long does my... What's the range of my tornado? 800?
Unto battle.
450 mana? Oh, that's not even worth it.
Well away.
Didn't Dusa just use a clarity? She sure did.
Someone saw that.
Haha. Got your clarity.
Forthwith. I'm well
Ricky
aware.
missing bottom. Never mind. Ricky's back bottom.
Avowedly. Cross Trayanus. As needs be. My foes locked. Away hence.
That did not seem worth.
Vengeance is mine. Fine. I proceed.
Hi, Dee Dee.
I am committed.
Your middle tower's under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Over yon. So it is said. This bores me. Mindfully. Cross Frajoris.
Oh boy.
Thus and so. Thither.
No, my mana.
Such tedium.
You lose.
Orbs light my path. Ill luck upon you. As I will. Unto battle. Of course. Denied. With speed. I'll keep it in mind.
Oh, Ricky's gonna grab the runes. Oops.
Short legs, you know? 'Tis tedious. Yes. Concentration. Of course.
That was their method.
Short legs, you know? Thither I go. Attack!
This guy's so screwed, dude.
Saturn's protracted fissile. Over yawn. Wet squash wet.
West Cross Wex!
I am commit.
Cool!
This bores me.
That was an okay play, right?
Way out. I proceed. Yes. Orbs light my path. Concentration.
Wow, we have 2 wards there? What the? Oh wait, no, one's about to expire.
Well away.
This Wind Ranger has nothing, huh?
With speed. Yes. Forthwith. Cold snap. Your death is witness. Tornado.
Go back in! Okay, good.
As needs be. Mindfully. Cross Trionis. I'll keep it in mind.
Killing spree!
Kid Invoker!
So it is said.
Feels like a stupid little shit.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Unto battle.
Is early level, like, Ice Wall even worth it?
Such
Look,
tedium.
the enemy's attacking your middle
Oh,
tower.
they dewarded us,
Don't
huh?
let him do that!
Let's see, 9 Kunkka versus 7 Wind Ranger. Okay. Doesn't seem good.
The sense.
I think I'm gonna buy a TP scroll. Rush Urn. What do you think I'm doing with this infused raindrops? Why not EMP and then Tornado? Because I don't have mana for both.
I proceed.
Well, we got him. Uh-oh.
Dominating!
Thither I go.
I think I'd rather gank Medusa. Actually, how much is
An
EMP anyways?
incantation just remembered.
So I need 150 on top of that. So that's 300, 425 mana. Holy shit.
Such tedium. Think long before spherical sorcery.
Your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You gotta do something about
Can
it.
you do
It's
something,
so
PA?
funny. They're
I'll
trying to
keep
knock
it in
down your
mind.
middle tower.
A rich tradition.
Hey Vadio, that time I had mana. The other times I didn't. How can I use spell when I don't have mana? Smart guy.
Cross Trionis.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Irons in the fire. Mark these words. They're the last you'll hear. Yes.
This is what I'm saying, guys, is that like
As needs
okay,
be.
so I could use I choose 2 spells. I can get 2 spells for sure, right? But I'm not sure that I can get 3 spells. Does that make sense? And if I had to use 2 spells, I would definitely use Cold Snap and probably Tornado. But EMP, you never really know if it's gonna hit.
Enemies to dwell on me
Does that make sense?
exclusively. I am committed. One of my favorites. Unto battle. Arcana. Known only
Like,
to
in this
me.
case, I might have enough for all 3. So, we can try.
Orbs light my path.
Jesus Christ, he has no mana, dude. How he...
Over yon. Mindfully. Avowedly.
What the hell is he doing?
Claws work in this. Of course. Yeah.
Your middle tower's under attack.
How can we kill like this, dude?
And so.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Mega kill!
Avowedly.
On me alone it blew.
How about you just don't try to farm the wave with like 20% HP?
Short legs, you know.
Fucking crybaby.
With speed.
Hi, Johnny. You got your World of Warcraft going on yet?
I'll keep it in mind.
Okay, I'm just gonna talk to this guy a little bit.
Committed.
Let me ask you a question, man. Do you think that you're so good that you make money from this game?
Thither I go.
Lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Way hence.
Oh, how do you know that I don't?
I proceed.
Guys, do I make money playing this game?
Forthwith.
Okay. But you think that you're good. Anyways, I do make money from this game, but you don't.
Nigh unto death. Fight me. Vital attainment. Yes.
Anyways, it doesn't matter how good either of us are, okay, bud? You're a fucking filthy casual. You're not gonna make money playing this game.
So it is said. All witness true sorcery.
Oh yeah, no, my raindrops is gone, huh?
To me.
That guy's dead.
Mindfully.
I was gonna build the urn, but I just totally forgot.
I'm well aware of it.
Your top tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over
Unto
there!
battle.
Yeah, I got excited and I was gonna buy 4 stuff, but I forgot about the urn.
Concentration.
Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Yes.
Kill.
Count your Saturn's core made lust in your hand. Such tedium. Who threatens my concentration? Tis tedious.
We're still alive?
Charming head. Sunstrike. Over yon. This bores me.
You gonna farm that, bud?
As needs be.
Hey, Johnny, I forget things, okay?
Well away. Thus and so.
Hi, Chris. Hi, Ken.
Bounty. I'll keep it in mind. As was owed.
Oh my goodness.
'Tis tedious. with speed.
Ah, boy.
Spherical sorcery. The Enlightenment stands ready. This bores me. Unto battle. Over yon.
Killing spree!
Forthwith, Cross-Triumphant is wrecked by light. I proceed. So it is said. The heart of right wastes.
Oh shit!
Yes. As needs be. Invoke the elements. Rex Cross Wex.
Oh, how many people do I need to save this game?
Knock down your middle tower.
Fight me.
Dominate!
Yeah, we lost, dude. Oh my, I almost died. I'll try to save you guys, but I don't know. You guys are getting too heavy.
The ghost of Karo.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Mindfully.
Welcome to the secret shop.
Yes.
Hey, just tap. I'm a fucking support, bro.
Such tedium.
Mega kill!
Oh god.
It's killing time.
Avowedly. A rich tradition. Experience.
Your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Knowledge is power.
Am I gonna
There
die?
I go. Ghost walk. Concentration.
Man, all the tomes were bought. I didn't even have a chance to buy tome.
Thus and so. Short legs, you know. Away to our inner thrives. Cross
Unstoppable!
Of course, spell I well remember. Wax Cyclonus. I am committed. Avowedly.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Of course. As needs be.
What was that? Ticket, PA?
Way hence.
Okay, you don't want?
So
You just walk right by it?
Yeah.
Just in case we want to farm there past the tier 1.
Concentration. Attack.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Athwart my path.
You know what? Position 4 in tornadoes. I mean, position 4 invokers kind of fun.
With unerring proficiency.
Uh-oh.
My rights hinder dance. Perishes with me.
Wow. I'm nit afraid just tramp. Chain, what are you talking about?
Unstoppable!
I need this tome. You're grounded if you lose, young Karo. That's right, you ground him. Oh my god, hey, bought it!
The universe was not the same without me.
Can I have that tome?
It ain't over till the
Over
last
yon.
building falls. So fight!
Sell it.
Short legs, you know.
Ah, God, I don't know, man. You're supposed. Thanks, man. Oh, he did give it to me.
I am the errant
Your
cosmos.
middle
work
tower is
things.
under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Such tedium.
I don't know how we can win this game. I'm gonna
Got one less middle tower now, by
go
the
kill this
way.
clockwork. Coming.
Yeah. Augury exhort.
Your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty manageable. This is one of the things in the backup.
What spells do I have left, guys?
It's sick.
Well away.
Not many, I can tell you that. Not many good ones. I'm afraid to play? Why would I be afraid to play? Afraid to play what? Afraid to play carry?
Well aware.
Even though my job is support?
Forthwith.
Monster kill! Your top tower is under attack.
With speed. Thither I go.
Your top tower needs some help.
This bores me.
Cast meter to draw them back? I don't know, guys. They know I'm a support invoker. That's not scary at all. Level 1 Exort Meteor is pathetic. And it's 250 mana or some shit like that. Yes, I understand the combos, guys.
Unto battle.
I'm just not sure which of them are good at this point.
Orbs. Words of power.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Quas rex quas. Mindfully. Such tedium.
Oh, dude, he's hasted. What a lucky fucker. Oh, he's got BKB. Hi. He has BKB.
Whoa, godlike!
Yes.
And yeah, what the fuck is Frog Spirit?
This bores me. Yes.
Yeah, I just feel like I don't know what to do this game, really.
From the great Gatsby's mandate of impetuous strife. Gold for little toil.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Your bottom tower just took a dirt bath.
An honor to fight me. Rex exort.
You better
My
poof on over to
totality
your bottom
eclipses
tower.
the cosm. The valley
Oh boy.
words of power. My foe lost. Of course.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, we lost, dude. I don't know what to do. It's fine.
'Tis teeth.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A charming house. Fine. As needs be.
I mean, your bottom tower's gone.
He doesn't have BKB, I suppose.
So with you
You blew him out of the thing!
Kind of bad.
so.
Oh boy. I don't even.
From the arcane. I proceed.
Chris, didn't I say hi to you earlier? What the?
Thither I go. Drone, geist of lethargy. Unto battle. Peculiar. Concentration. Forthwith.
Whoa, godlike.
Oops, wrong button. Nah, we just lost this game.
No matter. With speed.
Hey, Rage Gaming, I understand the combos, man. I understand. Thank you. It's okay, man. Yes, yes, yes. QQQ, Cold Snap, QQW,
I'll keep it
Ghost
in
Walk.
mind. Well away.
Oh, I actually have enough for 4 staff now.
I am committed.
This cunt knows I'm here.
As need be, Rex Cyclonus. Yes. I'll keep it in mind. Thus and so.
You fucking lost.
Mindfully. Tis tedious. Yes. Arcana known only to me. Geist of lethargy.
We haven't taken a single tower.
I'm well aware of it.
I wouldn't say he's stupid. I would just say that he wants to show off how much he knows.
Forthwith. This bores me. Such tedium. I slip from sight. Well away.
He knows tons to get to 1K. Yeah. Well, there'll always be kids. There might be a truck in the background, Nick. I can't personally hear it, but oh. I'm coming. I have 4 stuff. You can blink to me.
Fine. I'm under attack. For me,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
of course. A spell, a rich tradition. Short-lived, you know.
What if you're 1K and all you play is Invoker?
With speed. Avowedly witness true sorcery.
Tower has fallen. Guy's putting up a barricade.
I'm dead, dude. Ooh, I'm not dead.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
You told me how to spell the ice wall QQE. Okay, well,
Bottom barracks has
there's a
fallen.
combo to get that spell, right?
Thither I go.
Hi, Anif.
Over yon.
Is this ranked? Thankfully, no.
You let me see a Wind Ranger game, homie. Also, I am fucking sad as fuck. Tina can't have snacks
I
anymore.
am
Who's that?
committed.
Sad face.
Well, okay, Wind Ranger game it is. You know, Snail, it's not so bad. Like,
Orbs light my
so
path.
Tina's breed is it's a Datsun Hound, however you say it. And they have a very long body, right? And they're very short, kind of like a squash, you know, sandwich. Let's see.
Proceed.
So if they get fat, they actually are very prone to getting back problems. And I mean, snacks normally don't get really much nutrition anyways. They just taste good and they're high in calorie, right? So generally, you want that kind of breed to be really healthy. Dogs need snacks. Okay, you're right. What can I say?
An incantation.
I think we're just waiting the game to end.
Top shrine is under attack.
That's fake, right?
Over yon. My foes aloft, extracting money. Woo!
Oh shit.
Words of power. They charm me.
That's what I'm talking about.
Witness the lassity.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Who threatens my
Your middle
confidence?
barracks are under attack.
Lucky to well aware of it. True arcanery thrives. So,
Little
inform
barracks are under attack.
small annihilation from the great mystery of Saturn's protracted prisons.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle
Mm.
barracks has fallen.
So it is said.
We're just waiting for this shit to end.
Avowedly. Well away.
I am on Tina's side. I'm taking her health into consideration.
Unto battle.
I have 4 staff, bro. Come on. What are you doing?
Ghost Walk. This poor me. Not yet. The bliss of comprehension. Thither I go.
Yeah, I know Cold Snap earn combo. You know, it just makes the Cold Snap more
Short legs, you know.
proc more often. I get it. It's just I don't really care that much. Oh god.
The step I well remember. The ghost of Kara.
Oh god. Come on. Blink to me. Blink to me.
Top tower needs our help.
I actually meant to use 4 staff there on him. Oops.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen.
Is Cold Snap his stun? My stun? Yeah.
Barracks are under attack. Top barracks ain't nothing no more. Now have mega creeps.
It's okay, guys. It's just unranked. This Ricky's really fucking farmed.
Your middle tower has fallen.
True arcanery thrive.
Your engine is under attack tower.
Of
I mean, good stuff from Bat.
The dire engine collapsed. All right in the world.
Alright, time to report this Bat. Actually, that's the thing, guys. I don't really understand why people just... Very rude player. I just wanted to play Invoker. Sakura learned to pick faster. You're welcome with it, yeah. Hey, Bat. Actually, I'm gonna tell him I reported him. Actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna tell him I reported him, because then he'll report me back. And I can't handle more reports recently. Okay, let's play some calibration games. Oh, I had to play like 20 fucking calibration games. 0 support items. Earn is not a support item. Forest staff is not a support item. Wards are not support items. He started with Sage. That's a standard Invoker build. What a fucking retard! Look how you guys reading this chat? He's so What MMR are you? You fuck. You reading this shit? You fucking reading this shit, guys? I'm I mean, we can look at the graph. If you look at the graph, I bought wards at 6 minutes. This guy's such a fucking retard. Where are my sound effects anyways? Anyways, we're just gonna fucking queue for a game now. Okay, I'm gonna calibrate my core MMR, I think. Yeah, I don't know why sound effects even. Yeah, none of the sound effects are like working, huh? Oh wait, I have to play Wind Ranger for you, Snail Poop. So we will play. Okay, we'll play sport. Hit that like button, guys. He's still bitching. Well, we can't see medals anymore, right? Do you always just try to blame others every time you make a mistake or lose? Look, I'm like 2-1 and 11, right? He's 4-7 and 5. What the fuck bracket am I in where someone so stupid can say this kind of shit? Hold on, I'm gonna restart my sound effects program, guys. Hopefully, it'll bring it back. Okay, we actually have a game, and we're gonna be playing Wind Ranger. Hello, JKT. Herald alert. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my sound effects. Maybe I just need to restart my computer. Well, that sound effect just worked just now. It's 55 minute games with 7k hero damage. Was it Lycan? Hey, Johnny, Crusader. I just started calibrating, dude. Can you say hello, Canada?
Their best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
Playing Wind Ranger.
The goal is to have fun. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Hey, Fizzipop, I don't know how the new calibration works. Did I watch Henry Smurf 7k MMR? No, I don't really watch Henry. Wow. A 5 Wind Ranger and a 4 Pango. You're my fan from Indonesia, but you're not very good at listening to instructions, are you?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
I was gonna do something. Oh yeah, right. My sound effects. Let's see. Do they work yet? Wind is not good versus Zeus. Why is Wind Ranger not good versus Zeus? That Groberg guy is somewhere around 3.5k MMR. What a fucking... I almost want to invite him to my party and then trash talk him. But we're not going to do that.
Remember,
We're gonna be
the goal is
adults.
to have fun. Yeah.
But wouldn't that be funny? Invoker hard support? No, I was soft support Armin Smith. That guy was so fucking dumb. It's okay to be 3.5k MMR. But it's not okay to be 3.5k MMR and then trash talk and act like you know what you're talking about. Especially against like an immortal player. We're not gonna mind him. Being an adult is overrated. Sometimes I agree with you, Matt.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Okay, who's mid on my team? This guy? Gunner? Isn't that the guy who went to TI 7k player? Nah. Although he does play in NA. Slark versus LC, huh? Wait. Wait, who's the safe lane? What the fuck? Yeah, I can't wait to Snow Poop. I have anxiety. And I care about things that I don't want to care about.
I'm a straight shooter.
Yo, Lagger. Thanks, buddy.
On it.
Thanks, Hanif. Thanks, Lulu.
Prepare for battle.
So, as a support Wind Ranger, I think I've tried this a few times, but not as a 5. What items do I get? Maybe he just play carry, but don't know what support is. I think so, Hafiz. I think that guy's just a retard. See, that's the thing, guys, is that, like, I generally, in life, I don't really have strong opinions about things. Because I know that I probably don't know what I'm talking about. And there's always new information that contradicts what I already know. You know what I mean? So I just generally don't have strong opinions. But some people, they're just so fucking arrogant. They're like, yo, dude, it's definitely like that. Blah, 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 you're fucking idiot. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what?
30 seconds to showtime.
I think we get win run.
Already moving.
Alright, Coach Poopy.
On my way.
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
Like the wind. As the arrow flies.
Fucking speedy fucking horse thing.
First blood.
Oh boy, I hope you didn't get your passive.
Of course.
Oh my god, dude.
I'm way ahead. I gust onward. It's on my way. Try this on for size.
There's 4 kills already in under 1 minute?
As the arrow flies. Ah! Already moving. I go.
Uh-oh.
I run like the wind.
Get out of my way, dude. Oh shit, I'm dead. Ah, fuck. Yule's medallion? I don't know, man.
Meet the prevailing wind.
Where's Tango? Tango, Tango! Woo, we got a kill!
I gust onward.
Haha! This guy's tangos.
Of course.
Actually, I should probably,
Like
probably
the
pull.
wind. Feel the wind in your hair. I gust onward. I'm way ahead. At them.
Oh shit. Didn't pull it properly.
Go.
Where's the range creep anyways? Huh. Maybe I should have got Shackle instead of Power Shot. I don't even know, guys. Maybe this is the wrong skill build.
Of course.
Dire structures are fortified.
Has anyone played Support Wind Ranger? Like, it's specifically a 5.
As the arrow flies. Taste my
X, Q, and W now? So just, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you don't want too many Wind Run. Probably.
Already moving.
Slark wants to play aggressive, guys.
On my way. Reap the whirlwind. On it.
Dude, I do no damage to this fucking ogre.
I go. On it.
You know, W is really good for stacking, though. So, there's that. I'm fucking tickling this ogre's balls.
On my way.
Tower is under attack.
I gust onward. Here, have an arrow.
You know, I'm gonna get out of his experience. Five-minute runes.
Already moving.
Okay, Pango.
As the arrow flies. I'm way ahead. Pin! Every coin held on my
Oh, hey, Snow Poop. Thanks, buddy.
Has next
Woo! Got a kill!
by the heart. I again our coach here. Wow. And I am still sad for Tina Doggo.
Oh, shit.
It's not time at my feet.
That is a level 3 Zeus, so let's support Zeus. Huh. Thanks, Anel Poop. I guess I won't use this shrine.
I'm way ahead. Of course. On it. As the arrow flies.
Dangerous, dude.
I gust onward. Already moving.
3 bottom. Wait, where'd the ward go? Am I supposed to give it to OD? Look at that mana. Ogre has nothing. He's just a fucking creep.
On my way. I'm under attack. Like the wind. Shackle.
Oh shit. Oh, dude, that pathing right there.
What, not your job or something?
I'm not ready. I'm way ahead.
The bottom tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
Arrow flies. I go. On it.
Hi, Franco. Long time no see.
On my way.
Slark's almost 6.
Attack.
Here, you gotta pull it back like this, Slark. Come on.
Or I run like the wind. Cold wind blows.
OD's bottom. Help OD.
Nothing like a little failure to sharpen your aim.
Jeez. I'm position 5 Wind Ranger.
Shackle. My elbow strength grows. Like the wind. Already.
Hey, we got a kill. Hey, Pango, did you know that you're so fucking sexy, bro? Oh yeah, I love Pangos.
Dire structures are fortified.
On it.
Oh my god. I'm fucking dead, man.
On it. I'm winded.
I think I need to leave bottom.
Can't keep a good girl down. Of course. I run like the wind.
Pango didn't say anything though.
As the arrow flies. My feet fly. In death.
Oh shit! Oh fuck. Dude, that was my shackle. That was me.
I gust onward.
Radiant structures are
Run like
fortified.
the wind.
What the fuck, man?
Got my wind up.
Don't miss, don't miss.
Spree!
On it. I gust onward.
Killing spree!
Incoming. As the
Right click by Zeus.
And his name is John C.
Sorry, man. I don't play this hero. Well, I mean, it was good for me, not for OD, but good for me.
I'm way ahead. Like the wind.
For what?
I go.
Oh, Jesus.
Let the wind.
My win run, dude.
Not bad.
Double kill. Double kill.
Two supports for 2 cores and a support. That's not good. Uh-oh. He's flaming Slark.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Don't look at what, Snowpoop?
Looking back. Of course. On my way. As the arrow flies. I'm way ahead. Already moving. My feet fly. On my way. I go. Oh, here it goes. Of course.
You even watching your top tower?
Not high
Oh my god.
on it. How could you?
Oh my god. I think we lost this game.
Top tower needs some help.
Time to counter their toxicity with my PMA.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Just flew back into town. I gust onward. Not yet.
Amazing what you'll find lying around.
Every coin helps. I'm way ahead.
I'm gonna close this one.
On it.
Enemy's middle tower
the arrow
just turned
flies.
into a pile of rocks.
On my way.
The top tower is under attack. Dang it.
Yeah, let's get back, man. I don't want to be here. That's his ultimate, right? I need to get the fuck out of here before I die to Night Stalker.
I gust onward. Already moving.
Got him.
Of course. Attack! I'm way ahead.
He's probably dead.
Already moving.
He's probably dead too. He is not dead.
I go.
Top tower is under attack.
I might be dead in a second.
You'll be fine, as long as that top tower don't fall. Oh wait, it's already gone.
On it.
I hope Night Stalker. No. He doesn't have his ultimate.
As the arrow flies. On my way.
I'm fucking scared, guys.
I run like the wind. On it.
BB's not trash talking me personally, so I don't need to meet him yet. But I would if he were. Feel. Oh yeah, I knew it. Oh boy.
I'm way ahead. Focus. Pin. Like the wind.
What the fuck? Zeus is still here? You fucking shit! Why'd you chase me, Zeus? You. Oh my god. Just go do something else, man. Like, what's a run? How much faster did I move? 60%. I run in the opposite direction. Yeah, let's continue chasing him, even though we have no slows or anything like that. Like what? Jesus Christ. One thing Zeus is not good at is chasing people.
Dire structures unfortified.
The Wind
Alien
Ranger
called in the
returns.
fortification.
Taste my arrow. My feet fly. As the arrow flies. I run like the
Your
wind.
mid tower can talk. I'm gonna be pretty mad at you. Oh, there's better be something important.
I'm dead. I am still dead.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dominate.
On it.
I am not dead. I think he abandoned. He's abandoning, isn't he?
Dig his
I hope he abandons, because then we can just start a new game. I think this BB's chat muted. I don't think he's actually said anything besides chat wheel things.
On my way.
This is one of the things.
He saw your TP because of the creeps? I don't think he did.
I gust onward.
Your
If there was a creep next to me, I wouldn't have TP'd like that. Or maybe I just missed the creep myself.
I gust onward.
If he disconnects the calibration, it won't count? Oh, is that how it works?
I go. I run like the wind.
Fuck. This is BB's just flaming the shit out of everyone. I've yet to be flamed. Dun dun dun. It's only a matter of time. Actually, can I still get these runes? Cause oh shit.
Of course. Already moving. Easy. On it.
Hey, I'm coming.
My feet fly. Here goes.
Die, Night Stalker! I do tons of damage, bro! Woo!
Range increases. As the arrow flies.
So I think Slark's just gone. I think he's just fucking gone.
The bottom tower is under attack.
On it.
What? How did I miss that creep? Did my mouse not go over go right on top of that creep?
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Hey, they're back. Good
Oh,
for
Slark's
you.
back. Shit.
I'm way ahead.
God, I was hoping he would just abandon.
I go.
They actually have no wards in this area.
On it. Already moving. On it. As the arrow flies.
How can I win this game, Chris?
You've got my wind up. On my way.
I'm so fucking scared right now.
Of course.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
I think someone should purchase Guardian Greaves. And who's that? The pig?
Your
Oh,
bottom
Pangolier almost
tower
has Guardian
is
Greaves.
I gust onward.
Actually quite farmed, huh?
On it.
That guy doesn't give a shit. Hi, Sebastian. Oh my god, he found a ward here? Ah, this is when they do Roshan. Is this my tome? Oh.
As the arrow flies.
Ooh, that scared me.
On my way. I'm way ahead.
Oh, they're doing Roshan. Wonder if I can snipe it, guys.
Wild winds.
I'm gonna snipe Roshan. I'm sniping Roshan right now. Oh, they're not even they're not doing Roshan.
Already moving. As the arrow flies.
Your top tower needs some help.
I'm way ahead.
Maybe
Thanks,
avoid
Snail Poop.
my destructions. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Of course. Like the wind.
Rage Gaming, thanks for subscribing.
Don't even know where to start.
Cannot time it. On it. Incoming.
They're throwing.
I missed the mark.
Or are they throwing? Oh, that looked good for a moment. I thought we were winning that fight, but then... Corona support dies for his support. So Rage Gaming took you that long to subscribe, huh? Come on, man.
Try failure. Didn't like. I run like the wind.
Yeah, we're so far behind on farm that I don't know what we can do at this point.
On my way.
Thought he was getting Guardian Greaves.
Roshan has fallen to the
Leshrac took it? I guess it kind of makes sense.
Already moving.
He only has 38 dual damage. Haha, what a loser. 38 dual damage in 26 minutes. Noob.
I gust onward.
Oh, LCTP bottom.
I go. As the arrow flies.
Hmm.
I gust onward.
Oh, there is a word up there.
On it. I'm under attack.
Oh god. What? We had sentry there, and oh god, I don't even know what to say, dude. Oh, there, look, I get flamed now. Okay, now we mute the bristleback.
Hey, your bottom barracks need help.
It's on the hoodie. A Puma logo.
Killing spree.
Maybe we should just let them end it.
Second wind.
A Puma. Puma, the clothing company, you know?
Trying to knock down your heel tower.
Well played.
On my way.
Double kill. It'd be good to manage.
Like the wind.
Come back. No ogre. We did it! We only lost one set of racks.
I'm way ahead.
I still don't want to play this game.
As the arrow flies. On it. I run like the wind.
Okay.
Already moving.
Javelin? No, no, no. I'm support, dude. That's how you get reported in my bracket. I think they have sentry over here. I had put a ward here earlier and now it's just gone. Dun 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 dun.
I gust onward.
Don't you want to duel me, LC? Oh
My
shit.
feet fly.
Precious bounty.
Double damage.
I'm dead.
Cold wind blows.
Honestly, if my teammates can survive Night Stalker's ultimate, it would be worth it. Also, I denied the double damage, so I think that was actually a good death. You guys see Feeder? I see Space Creator.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen.
Yes, no poop it is.
This is why we didn't use this.
No, no, no. You have to remember that it is not my job at all to do damage in this game. Like I can get the single javelin, but I can remember I could almost get Glimmer Cape for that amount of money, right? Just think about that for a second, or like a Vlad's or something like that. I just don't have opportunities to farm, you know.
Top shrine.
Or you could go Medallion, with the same price as a Glimmer Cape. You know what I mean?
I'm way ahead.
Thanks, Alan Rye. Started young, yeah. So all kids start playing video games at a young age.
I'm way ahead.
Stannis, thanks, buddy. Hi, Kuni.
As the arrow flies.
Yeah, so anyways, as a position 4, you really want to empower your chorus, right? It's not about empowering yourself.
Already moving.
Like, I bought this wand and this bracer simply just to survive, you know, just not feed in 2 seconds, right? Yeah, you're welcome.
Onward.
There are some exceptions. Like, you could probably go javelin if you're just winning, you're just so far ahead that you don't even give a shit. But that's technically not correct play.
Of course. Did you catch my point?
Let's see, 31-26 Aegis. 34-26 early Roshan. Okay.
On it.
We're all just fucking sitting in base while they're farming the entire map.
I go. I gust onward. On it. Already moving. On it. I go.
Yeah, see, I'm giving my core some space by warding.
Of course.
Holy fuck, there's an LC right here.
Like the wind. I'm way ahead. As the arrow flies.
God damn it. Say goodbye to this ward.
On my way.
Duel me, LC, bro. Come on. He knows what's gonna happen.
Trying to knock down your middle tower. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Oh, Night Stalker ult.
Your top tower is under attack.
As the arrow flies.
It's a lot of damage. Yeah, like, see, Snow Poop? It's okay to rely on Power Shot for most of your damage, you know? Like, you already have tons of damage. Yeah, you just build a ways to empower your core.
Like the wind.
No Night Stalker ult.
On it. My feet fly. I go. On my way.
Unstoppable!
I'm incoming. Already moving. I run like the wind.
Jesus, I don't know what to do, dude.
My feet fly.
Killing spree!
Reduce to your elements.
Yeah, this game's pretty over.
Double kill!
Yet I run like the wind. I'm way ahead.
Yep.
On it.
I'm dead. Yo, okay. Get me out of this game. Get me out. Get me out. Oh, Slark. Oh, boy. He's gonna die though.
You wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it wrong. Sections are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your middle barracks is fallen. Oh, I see. Letting them think you're helpless. Classic. Your top tower has fallen. Much obliged. Your top barracks has fallen.
Here comes the blame game.
The enemy now have mega creeps.
Go there and die.
The Wind Ranger returns.
Let's just play a new game, okay? Yay, first calibration match.
Goodbye, Roshan. See you soon.
There we go, I have sentries.
As the arrow flies.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Alright, new game.
On my way.
One less middle tower now, by the way. You're right.
You talking to me?
Under attack. Dire does it. Finally, a bet pays off.
Honestly, I shouldn't even have played support Wind Ranger
Tell me, this did not just
in ranked games. Some says you have sentries. Why are you not putting them down? How retarded is that? Wait, what? What does that mean, Legger? It's okay, Snail Poop. Wait. Yeah, you didn't really imply core or support Wind Ranger, right? So we lost the laning phase, then we made one comeback, and then yeah, that was a pretty one-sided game. That's the worst thing about support, are these routes where you have no damage and are a free kill. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really care about damage. As a support, you're not supposed to be like this rampage, tons of damage kind of role, right? Your job is to make shot calling, you ward, you protect your cores, you crowd control, you relieve pressure off of your cores in the laning phase. Like, it's not about damage, and it's fine, honestly. Like, and in this game, it's not like I was so vulnerable that I just die immediately, right? I mean, I had the wand, I have wind run, I have force staff, which I can use on myself or on my cores, so it's okay. Hey Rage Gaming, would you like to make a donation for your hero request? Ancient 6 again? What are you talking about? Oh, is that what I calibrated last time? Ancient 6? I don't remember. I really don't remember. I guess I'll probably calibrate to Divine, hopefully. So I am safe lane carry this time. Nice. Let's ban techies.
You get to ban someone.
Does anyone play techies in calibration?
5 seconds left.
What I mean is, some don't like supports having sentries on his endpoint. They're just finding you to place wards.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Yeah, I wasn't. I think like when I was calibrating last time, I was like 5.0k or something like that, or 5.9, really high 5.9k.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do. The goal
What?
is to have
These pictures are
fun.
going by so fast.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
But yeah, now like at the end of the last season, I was 5.5k or close to 5.6k, so I should be divine. Unless I lose all my games. Hold on, I need to download the sound effect.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do. Your pick. This is where
What are we lacking, guys?
But I think that player just disconnected.
Pretty sure I play Razor here. Yeah, I play Razor. I'm sure.
10 seconds.
Pretty sure that I play Razor.
5 seconds left.
Wait, what? He random Venomat? Wait, what the fuck is going on here? So does this game not count? What's going on with this game? Feel bad for them. Yeah. I just realized my camera has a whole bunch of white shit in the corner, guys. Let me try to fix that.
I bring the spark of death.
So we... Our chase is kind of bad, so... I might actually get Atos. What items are you building? Night Stalker. Yeah, maybe I don't build Atos. Rushing Vessel. Then eggs. So he's not gonna have that much right click, so it's my job to do as much right click as possible. And they don't have that much physical damage, so I'm not sure phase boots is necessary. So let's start with this.
It's in the bag.
Okay. Okay, we'll start with these items.
Current flows.
So I guess Omni Knight will be Omni Knight Miranda might be in my lane.
As you wish.
So we take the Omni Knight's damage. No, if Miranda goes arrow,
Thank you.
then we take her damage first, so that she can't harass me.
As lightning.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I can't really get rid of that white shit. Oh, actually, I know how to get rid of it. There you go.
Agreed.
Get a Bane here. Okay.
30 seconds to battle.
So we want a Wraith Band.
Start killing before
My rage incandescent.
And we want Boots of Travel. Midas. Wreath Band, Wand. Brown Boots, and I'm not really sure what we want after that.
Time has come.
I'm gonna predict this game though.
It's in the bag.
This one's for all the marbles.
Onward.
If marbles were at all valuable.
I enter
First blood!
I'm just getting started.
path of least resistance. I go.
Hi, Doherty. Long time no see, bud.
I go. Of course. I like to keep current. Conduct me where you will.
Oh, missed the first creep.
I'll give you static. Shocking. My lightning strikes. Very well. My current flows. Agreed.
European King can talk. There's 312.
This will come as a shock. A bolt from the blue. Conduct me where you
Killing
will.
spree!
Feel my power. Forward.
Dude, this lane you... Okay, there's two bottom now.
Very well. Conduct your onward.
Saved her. Miranda did 0 damage.
No gold for you. Whip you into shape. Haste.
Thank you.
Quick as lightning. I go. The tide.
Maybe I just start with Midas. We'll see.
As you wish. Conduct yourself accordingly. I go. Path of least resistance. As you wish. Shocking. The time has come. My current flows. Direct current. I go.
Is beating a girl?
Quick as lightning.
I have no idea. Fuck, dude. Fuck!
Bring the razor light.
I am now going Midas, because I am so farmed.
Of course. Conduct me where you will. Onward. Forward. We can.
You gotta heal for that last hit, son.
For you. Very well. Agreed. Attack! Path of least resistance. Conduct yourself accordingly. I go. Forward.
Ruins?
Ride the lightning.
Oh, my aura actually makes it difficult to last hit. Quite difficult.
Of course.
Wages of fear.
God. God, I missed so many already.
Go. Very well.
Come on, one hit!
As you wish. Your ashes will fall like rain.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
I go. No!
Go.
Quick as lightning. Agreed. Conduct. No gold for you. Path of least resistance. My current flows. Cheap at the price. Attack!
They're trying to
Mirano's
knock
coming.
down your
Haste
middle
Mirano.
tower.
Haste
Okay,
Mirano.
thanks.
Rally the troops and get
As
over there!
lightning. Conduct me where you will.
Hi, Ovalax. Hi, FYM.
I go.
Holy shit.
My current flows.
Stupid to live, too beautiful to die. We didn't fight them.
The time has come.
There we go. I got my Midas.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
From the blue.
What, not your job or something? Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fucking so hard to last hit, dude, with this aura.
Just sit there looking
I
funny.
need, I'm out of practice, honestly.
Forward.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Lightning, give me strength. My lightning strikes.
Ah, God, it's so hard.
Onward.
What does that line
Tower
mean?
needs some help. This is one of the things in the bad tower.
Very well. I bring the razor light.
Killing spree!
Rage incandescence. As you wish. I go. Forward.
Oh man, I'm kind of low HP.
My current flows.
I'm scared, dude.
I go.
Where's the rest of the Dire?
Agreed. Path of least resistance.
Oh my God, there they are.
Onward.
God!
Under attack.
Killing spree!
Sends me home.
Runes? You know, I'm gonna buy a ward and I'm gonna I put it like right here or something like that. Oh, I can't even TP, huh? I wasted that earlier trying to get away.
Your middle tower's under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Axe is muted, Pudge is muted. Okay. Let's see here.
Hey, welcome back.
They're all coming top.
Quick as lightning.
So this guy's getting Atos.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Forward.
Atos.
Defend that sucker.
I can come mid.
Quick as lightning.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I go.
Oh, I should let you hook. Just on hook.
I go.
We had detection?
I feel energized. As you wish.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
My current.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Direct current.
Dominate! Your bottom tower's kind of bad. Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing doing till that's done.
Fuck, they're still pushing, dude.
Middle tower's under attack.
Of least
You and a
resistance.
couple of friends can probably stop that. Your middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
I like to keep cover.
Hey! Your bottom tower just got denied.
Welcome to the Conduct me where you will.
Am I going travels? I'm still thinking. I'm not really sure.
Can you stop fucking staying bottom? Like, what the fuck are you doing? You're not defending May cover. You're not coming top. Why the fuck are you staying bottom for fucking 12 minutes?
Is it okay that I deny the tower and farm a little bit? Is that okay with you? Especially since I have Midas? Is that okay?
The time has come.
Top tower is under attack.
Fucking cunt. Coming.
Feel my power.
Great contribution top. See, I asked him those questions and he cannot answer. Jesus Christ.
Path of least resistance.
Don't you love it when people start accusing you of shit and then you ask them the questions and they're like, oh, okay.
Of course.
Holy. God, I'm so glad I fucking came top to farm one camp. Ugh. Oh shit.
My power returns.
You even watching your top tower?
Who's counting?
Top tower needs some help.
Electric storm.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ride the lightning.
Oh, I need a clarity as well.
As you wish. Forward. Is a great conductor. I'll give you static. Agreed.
What's my next item going to be?
You're still farming. You got fucking dagger.
Conduct me where you will. Of course.
Mega kill!
Maybe I should have stayed top.
Quick as lightning. Cheap at the price. The time has come.
No, this guy's always doing that shit. He's like, oh, well, blah, 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 you do that, blah, 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 blah. But he actually never makes any suggestions. One of those people, you know?
I go. Onward. Very well. Your power flows to me.
He has someone behind him.
Your mid-tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Hi, Christian.
Unstoppable!
No kidding, huh? Block. Oh, shit.
Wicked sick! Double kill! Sentry wards? Oh, you're some kind of saint or something. Your top tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
This will come as a shock. My lightning strikes. Of course.
Your bottom tower is under
Oh,
attack.
man. I don't know. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know.
My current flow.
Ooh, your bottom tower is kind of bad.
This aura makes it so hard to last hit. I think they want to come top to kill me.
Onward. Whip you into shape. Forward. As you wish.
Monster kill!
This guy is so fast, dude.
I discharge.
And I don't know why they're bottom all the time. And by the way, Sinclair, I want to farm, dude. I want to farm. We don't have
Tower is under attack.
we don't have vision anywhere.
You better push on over to your bottom tower.
Why go bottom? We don't have vision there. Like, okay, where do I go? Is vision mid?
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Then fucking smoke.
Vital spark.
Get out, get out, get
Conduct
out
me
there.
where you will.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty
I'll
mad
support
at you.
fuck you all.
Quick as lightning. Path has
Just play the game, guys. Thanks.
Not yet.
Top tower needs some help.
Attack.
Hello, top tower.
So far, calibration's not going very well.
Agreed.
I mean, we're doing.
The top tower is under attack.
Lightning. Path of least resistance.
Your top tower
God, so
is under
fucking
attack.
whiny. Jesus Christ.
My current flows.
Your top tower needs some help.
Onward.
You'll be fine, long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait till it's done.
Conduct me where you will. Shocking. The time has come. Of course.
The fuck?
Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Wow, man, why are they always where I am, dude? Like, right in front of the tier 3 tower? Seriously? I just don't fucking understand.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your middle tower's under attack. Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move, if you ask me. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
And yeah, I want to use the Midas. I really do. I have this guy pre-muted by this axe pre-muted, by the way.
I'm all for a little down. Feeling grand over here, we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. The middle barracks are under attack.
Oh my. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what's up with this team, dude. Look at these two.
If you wanted your middle barracks to not fall, you're doing it wrong.
I don't have Scape and T2. What's that supposed to mean?
I go. Agreed. Onward.
All right, let's AFK.
Path of least resistance.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
What's wrong with this build? Nothing. Can you just answer the question? I don't know whether to trust him or he's just being fucking sarcastic as shit.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done
Fuck it, let's play Minecraft. Yeah, sometimes I kind of want games where I don't have to deal with people.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone? Your bottom barracks are under attack.
By the way, I asked you a question earlier.
Ah, my father was right about barracks.
Like, it was like 16 to 20 and we started giving up already, you know? Oh, this Pudge? Oh, you know what? Those two bracers, for some reason, I thought Pudge was going Atos.
Tower has fallen. Why
Did the old Atos recipe use bracers, right? The old recipe. Yeah, I assumed that Pudge was going Atos. So I was like, you know what? Just so that I don't have to use a BKB charge, I'm gonna buy Force Staff to get out of his Atos.
The enemy now have mega creeps.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Conduct me where
Your
you
middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Who said that tower could fall?
the time has come.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Very well.
So Dennis, you flamed me earlier. I was like, you said that. What was the question? You don't have tier 2 and scape. So then I asked you a question. What does that even mean?
Attack.
Our engine is under attack. You ain't right.
I go.
I think Axe and or Skywrath's flaming me. And Night Stalker's actually defending me? I can't tell.
My spot.
9 games for calibration. I think I don't have many reports left because I was in low priority recently, huh? Ugh. What happened to Void Player, man? Why did they get rid of that? I would pay money. I would pay real and tons of money to get that feature back. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, we were doing just fine, you know? Yeah, we're... Jesus. Was Veno jungling? I don't really know, Chico. Yeah, anyway, so this Night Stalker, I think he was being toxic at first, but then then he criticized my build. So then I just straight up asked, and I was like, what's wrong with my build? And then he said nothing. We're the problem. Smiley face. And I can't fucking tell if he's being sarcastic. Anyways, so this particular build, yeah, sure, I'll explain my build. Okay, actually, so the Boots of Travel. So Razor, I was debating phase boots, okay? So I was debating phase boots at the beginning of the game. I was like, okay, well, how much physical damage do they have? Okay, they don't have that much physical damage, right? So we don't really need the armor from phase boots, right? I mean, Monkey King does physical damage for sure, but I think Razor has like... Yeah, he has a 10 armor talent later, right? So I don't really need armor. So you would agree that phase is it's good, but it's not great, right? It's not like a shit they have TAPA, you know? We need phase boots, right? So I was like, okay. Well, I could go power treads, yeah. Have more stats. But I looked at my team, right? So this Night Stalker, he was like, okay, I'm gonna go Spirit Vessel and then Ags. That's what he said, right? So right away we know that he is going to be, he's kind of like a caster with some right click ability, right? Axe doesn't really right click. So we actually lack right clicking. I mean, how do I say this? We don't have a strong farmer, right? I mean, I could have gone like phase boots and we could fight early, but if I go Boots of Travel, I can just farm more efficiently, right? I can be in 2 places at the same time. And also, Razor, Boots of Travel is really, it gives you a lot of move speed, right? And Razor wants to move quickly, right? His passive gives him more movement speed, right? Unstable current. So it amplifies the power of Boots of Travel, right? So then you move even faster, right? So you stick with me so far, it makes sense, right? Why Razor would do something like that. And by the way, many Razors have bought Boots of Travel before. Hey Sinclair, I might have gone Yasha instead if I knew we were going to lose so many team fights. But did anyone know that was going to happen? I didn't. Anyway, so I bought Boots of Travel, and once again, because we don't really have like a right-clicking late game farmer, I was scared for a late game. And also at the beginning of the game, I was really rich, right? I was like, oh shit, I already have 1,400 gold. I was like, okay, well, they're not really killing me in lane. I'm getting free farms. Let's go Midas, right? It makes a lot of sense. And then I bought Force Staff because I actually just had a brain fart. I saw Pudge had 2 bracers. I was like, oh shit, he's buying Atos. So if he buys Atos, I have to BKB if I ever get Atos, because then he's gonna hook me, right? So I'm just gonna solve that problem with a Force Staff. If he Atos me, I'm gonna Force Staff. Also, I can get away from Monkey King with Force Staff, right? And chase with Force Staff. So that makes sense. You follow me so far? Doesn't that make a lot of sense? Everything that I just said? Having said that, I actually just forgot that that's not even the Atos recipe. So, but even then, Force Staff's still pretty decent, right? So I don't know if this is the best build for Razor in this game, but from my perspective, it makes a lot of sense, and I think it's a good build this game, despite what my teammates think. So I know you guys are like, oh, I would have built the Yasha instead of Travel. So yeah, you know, Yasha, I can fight better. Yasha, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, you know. But like, you can't really say that, oh, I would have bought Yasha because I knew that you guys needed a stronger early game fight. Well, I'm not sure that you actually knew that. You can't really say in hindsight, right? Anyways, I think my teammates have some mental personality problems. They're so ragey, you know. This guy, he's like, why you always go bottom, blah 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 blah. I really don't like those people who are like, why you do this, why you do that, blah 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 blah. Rather than like criticizing someone without ever giving any positive suggestions, right? Like, hey Razor, can you please come top? He could have said that, right? But he's like, why do you? No, those fucking people are so annoying. The problem was that you did not have the vision farm after you both bought. Yeah, I think. Honestly, I think vision was by far our biggest problem. And yeah, if my teammates cared so much about... I'm safe from Kyria. My build, then maybe they shouldn't fight so much, right? I mean, I actually told... Like, that Skywrath started being passive-aggressive and being an asshole, right? Oh, bad techies. Techies banned. They were like, why you do that, blah, blah. And I'm like, I have Midas. You want me to run at them with Midas? Anyways, a lot of people, when they start losing games, they look at something to get angry at, right? And
10 seconds.
Sometimes I blame my teammates if they're feeding really badly, but most of the time I just blame myself. I think that's the right mature thing to do. Anyways, yeah, I muted Skywrath and I already had Axe pre-muted, and this Night Stalker, I don't know, like. It's not like he did great either, you know? So I just don't really know why my teammate's so angry. Well, they just play the game. That's right, Nariyuki. I'm picking you, BB. Yeah, I was really fat, but then we just kept losing team fight after team fight. I really wish we had vision, right? Night Stalker criticized me at one point. He's like, why you keep going bottom? You know, we don't have vision there. And I'm like... We don't have fucking vision anywhere. And then Bane's like, because it's Bane's job to ward, right? He's like, well, we could have vision if we map control. And he said something like that. I'm like, you know, a lot of supports, they fucking smoke and then they put down the wards, right?
Okay,
and yeah, Chico Fiesta, these fucking kids, man. No, Chico's been a good dude. He was here yesterday, he's been a good dude.
10 seconds.
Okay. Okay. Let's think about our pick. Hey, 158, my best hero is Spectre. So far I'm thinking Lifestealer. Lifestealer doesn't care.
Your pick. This
Hi,
is
Jason.
where you win or lose.
Oh man. You want a Huskar? If he Huskars, I'll jug.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
He doesn't know.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Bloodseeker. Yeah, Bloodseeker might be good too. I don't know about mid Magnus though. I mean, if he's really good with it, it makes sense. Oh, previous rank immortal. Have some respect, motherfuckers. Probably wouldn't happen anyways. Hi, Jason. Did I say hi already? Oh, he did play Huskar. Crazy fucking rich Asian? Nah. Not at all. I wish. Glad you like the jug skin, Chico. Okay. Yeah, so I kind of wanted to play Jug anyways, because they have a lot of like magical bullshit, right? Like, you know, he runs that view of Crippling Fear, Stun, Hex. So Jug, he can spin at that kind of stuff. And also, if this guy were going to play Huskar, I can heal him with Healing Ward, right? And Huskar really loves heals. Glad you like the set, Chris. That guy has like 500 games of anti-mage. So because we have a Huskar game, we need to decide what kind of timing we'd like to win this game in.
It's in the bag. This one is in the bag. The gods
Fortune and glory await.
It's in the bag. You can call this one.
How early can we push?
And I'll not start
We can push pretty early, guys. I think I'll buy drums. So let's see here. Yeah, so we're looking for a quick game. Hey Chris, I don't stream on Twitch.
Time to die.
30 seconds to battle. If you're not already heading somewhere, now's the time to start.
Not so fast.
Fucking trade battle.
You cannot hide.
Okay, I got that.
Yes.
He doesn't have a self.
So you say.
Yeah, I'm still debating Mixer. I just haven't really researched it
I
yet.
always wanted to see an ancient fall. Yeah, stuff's over there. Don't make me come over there.
Onward. It's an honor.
So I'm gonna go drums, Wraith Band,
On it.
Phase Boots. Okay.
Very well.
God, this line stuns so good just now.
As you wish.
How long is that kinetic field? Not long enough. Oh, yo, I'm missing way too much farm for this shit.
We'll take that as tribute. We're under attack. We go. Your death approaches. Our run. Yes.
What the fuck? I clicked the wrong creep.
Yeah. Yes. We become more as one.
What? Sorry.
No, I thought it was gonna hit.
Yes. Of course. We bring our blades. Yes. It's a battle.
Oh!
We have no money.
There you go.
Our blade tastes better. It's a battle.
Oh.
Our power increases. Swiftly.
Good disruptor. His body block was so good just now, dude.
Of course. It's an honor. We're not ready. Onward. Yeah.
I like it. Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm okay. Just beating it. Oh, shh. Fucking line is so annoying, dude.
As you wish.
Denied.
So you say.
That was a pretty big mistake I made just now.
We fight.
Losing the healing word, I mean. Now I have to hesitate and shit.
Already moving. Agreed. We go. Yeah. As expected.
So fucking annoying, this lion.
Very well. Yes. We bring our
Fuck
blade.
lion players.
Right between the trees, that was unfortunate.
Forward.
He's out of regen though.
Yes.
Lion's standing right here.
No retreat.
There he is. Runes?
Already moving.
Runes?
As you wish. Okay.
So this guy is beating me mid, obviously, but he's a really, really easy kill.
Okay, I'll come. I can only like toss an arrow though. Mars, come over, I can heal you,
We bring our blade.
They're coming.
You're wasting your time.
Yeah. Yes.
Yo, Jog, I don't think I can stay.
That's fine.
Mana.
Of course.
Shrine top anyone?
It's an honor.
Nah, I'm good to solo, I think.
Yes. The dragon's gaze finds you. Coming through.
Oh, yo, this team is so much more PMA than last team. Thank fucking goodness.
Very well.
Bottom's really hard if I'm alone.
Top tower is under attack.
Wish.
I don't think we're on it.
It's a battle.
The fucking Viper died, man.
Yeah, I know. I just
It's
like.
definitely worth it.
Battle call.
Wait, like.
Run if you can.
It's a minute and a half. It was like a minute where I couldn't get it.
Of course. So you say. fine idea. It is not time. Fight! Not yet. It is not time. Your death approaches. To die in our hand is an honor.
Oh shit.
Alright, come get bottle charges, I can heal you.
Already moving. We're not ready. Fall before us. Agreed.
I'm gonna toss another arrow, mate.
I don't have mana, bitch. You sucking nothing.
I get fully zoned if you're not here. And get 0 XP, but I will not give up.
Swiftly now. At last.
You just can't leave this lane.
Oh fuck, he has his ultimate.
When you get to hell, tell them I sent you.
Here, when he goes up to this.
Dude, this Night Stalker is a fucking man.
Oh shit.
Tower is under attack.
Is that even worth my time to chase him?
What coward runs?
Wanna go try?
No, I'll be fine.
Run if you can.
I'm coming bottom again.
It is not time.
Basil is mid.
Fuck! He's so fast!
We're not ready. Your death approaches.
He's probably shrining now.
Retreat. Not yet. A fun. Swiftly now. As you wish.
Runes, runes.
It is not time. Yes. A gift from the tempest of battle. Not yet.
Viper's going top, Viper's going top.
Okay.
But he's coming back, he's coming back.
Line his finger.
What? It is not time. We fight. We're not ready. On it. We're coming on. It's a battle.
Get some kills with this.
Forward. Not yet. It is not time. We bring our blade.
I want to use this Omni Slash, but I just...
Holy fuck, guys.
I don't know, man.
Not your death approach. It's an honor.
He doesn't have...
Yeah. Onward.
Oh,
you. Already moving.
Alright, I'm resetting.
It's almost time.
Jug needs help top.
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good.
You cannot hide.
be Jug.
So you say. Yes.
Someone's TPing mid. Fuck you, Nightstalker.
Coming.
As you wish. It is my time. Already moving.
Mars, can we get a TP?
Yes.
I have no mana.
We're not ready. Die. Fool. At last.
This fucking Nightstalker's such a tryhard. God damn it!
Don't let him do that.
Stop it! Stop trying hard.
We go.
Mars, you're just being a little fucking greedy. I think we're gonna lose the game because of it.
I want people to come to this lane and take the fucking
Mars,
tower.
come get bottle charges. I give you mana.
I'll come in a sec.
That Dota's played. You come to the off lane, you take the tower. And their carry can't lane. Go to their off. Go to our off lane. Their off.
So you say.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Yes.
I'm coming bottom now.
He fucking grazed himself.
I'm bottom. I have healing ward. We can dive and shit. Okay.
Are you even watching your top tower? Dire's putting up a barricade.
Yes.
Your top tower needs some help. You and a couple of friends can probably stop that.
Invisibility. Time to die.
The top tower is under attack.
You fucking die for that, you shit.
The fortification. Killing spree. Your middle tower is killing spree.
Okay. Oh my god, they really brought their guns.
Viper's there and he's really low.
Yeah, he is.
Fucking dead. I'm dead.
Killing spree. The enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
15-minute runes.
Okay.
He put down a ward?
Yeah. Not yet.
What?
Forward.
His ultimate. Oh, never mind. It's crippling.
No, I pushed him up.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fuck. Goddamn sneaky little shit.
Our blade hungers. A fine idea.
Kill AM again. Get mana.
Ours. The dragon's gaze finds one.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Fine idea.
Alley control.
Here's
Get over
AM.
It's not. Strength is ours.
Oh boy.
Yes.
So damn annoying.
Yeah. You coming through? We're not ready.
What is my next item, guys?
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Run if you can.
Kill mid.
Die. No retreat.
Come on!
We're under attack.
How the fuck do they have vision in that entire area?
You call that a fight?
Flying Night Stalker, dude.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty.
Oh, okay. I have spin TP.
We fight.
What the fuck, man?
The play.
Okay.
Please play. We're trying to win here.
That's a quick way to get muted.
Yeah, he's not wrong. Howdy, Mel. How you doing? Just need to buy a TP scroll.
Of course.
I don't know what items are the best for this game.
Swiftly now.
We're not killing this guy. This guy's huge.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Jaya's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
Attack. We bring our blade. On it. We're not ready.
Am I gonna go defusal? I don't think so.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Your death approaches.
Ooh.
Not yet.
Your middle tower
Are we able
has
to?
fallen.
Can we? Have healing word for you.
We're not ready.
Got him.
We're not ready. Yes.
Oh shit.
What the fuck is that?
Yo, dude, you're muted now.
Not yet.
Sorry, but
You don't need to be sorry.
Dude, would you just say who you're muted to anyone who talks in chat? Like, what the fuck? Did you not see what I was talking about? There was our courier was sitting in the river. Jesus, fucking
he-
annoying little fucking 12-year-old, bro.
I think he meant something else. Jeez. Thought this team was supposed to be more PMA, but now I'm just not sure. Wait, what the fuck is this courier doing?
Yo, that is not good.
Dominate.
Swiftly.
Runes are up.
It is not time. Bounty.
Mine is truly a
They're
blessed.
trying to knock down your middle tower.
Bounty.
Hey, we can still win.
It's 20 minutes in and he just got his house here, dude.
Your middle tower's
What do you
under
mean we can
attack.
still win?
What coward runs?
We're on shrine. Can we do this, please?
Do something about it and just sit there looking funny. Your middle tower is under attack.
Would have had a buyback from Huskar there. That would have been huge.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know about this
Couldn't have
game.
ended the fight anyway.
Killing spree.
Anyone else getting stream lag?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Jaya's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Hey, Enrico, it still says calibration game in the title of the stream. One gigabit internet doesn't mean it's consistent.
Down, not defeated. On it.
Yeah, I don't know how we can win. God, I can't win. Like, I didn't play too bad this game, right? Don't think it was me this time.
Very well.
That's the plan here, anyways.
Agreed. A finite.
probably just top.
Already moving.
Your top tower is under attack.
You cannot hide.
We still have a little bit of time of day. Like we should do something.
I can take this tower.
Hungers. Time to die.
The top tower needs some help. What, not your job or something? Dominate!
Ah, yeah, it's probably GG.
Mega kill!
We're trying to fight into Lion, Viper, Husker. No beacon. Seer does actual nothingness.
Unstoppable! Triple kill!
We just need to have Husker be farming. Guy just wants to run at people.
Was there
You
a stack
see,
here?
we were all together ganking. If you didn't notice, there were 5 of us there. I don't know, maybe you weren't there. You haven't really been there for shit. You just been bitching the whole game.
Never mind, not a PMA team. Maybe one day I'll get one of those teams.
You just go on Yasha and Maelstrom, dude.
Now we go to Maelstrom against Anti-Mage Viper.
Somehow, what the fuck is Senju and Yasha gonna do for you?
Well, they have a whole bunch of disables. And item build's not why we're losing this game, okay?
Yeah, you're right. I'm just like too much shit because I'm angry.
Battle call. Yes. At last. Our blade hungers. As you wish.
Tower's under attack.
We go.
Mega kill!
Sanj and Yasha. We fight.
Mm-hmm.
It's an honor.
The top tower needs some help.
First of them all. Run as you can. We're under attack.
Your top tower is under attack. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower. Top tower is under attack. Enemy's middle tower is no more.
See ya.
Guys, this is our chance. Please go.
Okay, I'm watching you. Got him.
Very good stuff.
Dire structures are fortified.
We used 3 ultimates there, so care.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Not yet. Yeah.
Why is this Husker not TPing? I don't get it, dude. We can't just give up top.
We bring our blade.
Big spells around cool. Just relax. Fight.
I can't fight it.
Onward. As you wish.
Scotty.
Your death approaches. We fight. Time to die. Already moving.
God, he's already farmed like everything here.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
Not yet.
Tower is under attack.
Yes.
We need Huskar before we can fight here.
You'll be fine. As long as that top tower don't fall. Oh wait, it's already gone. Top barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are
Just let the racks fall. We really need Huskar.
The top barracks never did nothing.
Oh shit.
Nothing no more.
He's-
Knocking down that bottom tower.
We can go on.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I got the tower though. I got the tower. I don't care.
Killing spree.
Oh, we got Dazzle. Woo! Oh, I actually ended up buying this. How did I buy that? Was it courier at the right place? Amazing. So anti-mage is.
You need a BKB.
Someone just told me I need a BKB. Did you just say I need BKB?
Yeah, you'll need one eventually. I don't know.
You might be right. You might be wrong.
A minor setback. At last. It is not time.
Or you get sick.
My mana. I don't want to lose my mana.
As you wish.
You know, at this point, it's not about item build anymore. I think it doesn't really matter.
Is it home?
Battle call. So you say.
Take.
Not yet.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Your top shrine is under attack.
Oh, Lion's way ahead of me.
Already moving.
Anyway, so yeah, anti-mage is anti-mage has a BKB piercing interruption. His ultimate. Now he's got Basher too, so he can really kill me.
Yes.
And only anti-mage.
We bring our blade.
You fucking shit. Where's anti-mage? How are you gonna gank me without anti-mage? They don't have Lion and Viper. I'm coming. I'm almost there. Oh my god. Oh god.
Double kill. Dominating.
We fucking lost. We fucking lost.
jumps in without BKB.
All right, one more feed. Let's go.
Your mid tower could talk. It'd be pretty manageable.
Holy shit! Get me out of this game now, guys. We're done. Okay, GG. Nice strikers.
Tower has fallen. Your middle tower's under attack. You got one less middle tower now.
Yeah,
by
just
the
no
way.
luck today, you know?
Your middle barracks are under attack.
How can I win this game?
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Was Juggernaut just not a good pick? Did Huskar not do enough? I know there's a lot of pressure on Huskar.
Your mid tower could talk. It'd be pretty manageable.
Men Lion? Yeah, no, Lion played great. Thanks, you Thrall.
Killing spree. Your bottom tower has fallen.
I didn't really want to build damage, guys. I mean, I didn't really want to build Maelstrom because, like,
Bad news about your bottom barracks.
because, like, I don't know, magical damage is just so bad against Viper and, you know, Hood Viper and Anti-Mage, right? When Anti-Mage hits 25, he only takes 25% of Mjolnir's damage. Viper's already got passive magic resistance as well, you know? I think the Huskar pick could have worked. We just needed to come together and execute it properly. Thanks, Yukio. I'm gonna need it. Die! Anyways, the Night Stalker, he picked really early, so I mean, I don't know. Night Stalker is always a problem, but I mean, what do you do against Night Stalker when he just like, he just runs at you? Anyways, I know that you think he's a huge problem, but he's just one of many problems. No, I personally do not think that Night Stalker is that big of a problem as you think he is this game. Because, like, I mean, Night Stalker can jump on me, okay. I mean, actually, he doesn't have Blink Dagger, right? So, okay, he runs at me with silence, then I just spin. And also, I itemized to be able to survive all their shit. If you noticed, I went Sanjin Yasha, Scotty, drums, very tanky build, right? Like, okay, run at me, go ahead. Like, that was the whole idea. I was like, okay, throw your shit at me. I was just gonna hit the. I wanted to frontline with this Huskar and take down towers. No Maelstrom. Maelstrom against high magic resistance Viper and Anti-Mage, not a good idea. I know Maelstrom is a very popular item on Jug, but not this game. It's not a good idea. Mirana mid, Huskar off. Mirana against Viper? I'm not saying it's a bad idea, I'm just questioning how it would work out. Huskar against Anti-Mage? I don't know. Good morning, Joiner. Anyways, our lineup isn't so spell dependent. So I know Chaos, like you keep jerking off Night Stalker's abilities, right? But like, okay, I mean Disruptor is the biggest problem. Is the biggest. He should be the scaredest of Night Stalker because he needs to cast his spells. But even then, like if he just casts like Kinetic Field and then Static Storm, then he's done, right? He's not like heroes like Dazzle is really scared of Night Stalker, or what's that hero that turns into a ghost for a few seconds? with the Irish accent. Like heroes that are so dependent on casting their spells will be really scared of Night Stalker, but our team is not like that. Night Stalker's not that big of a problem. Hi Aishik. Hi Harry. Let's see. Let's have a look at this game again. I think we just needed a 5-man earlier before Anti-Mage got, like, you know, Basher Manta. Because, yeah, I think with the right execution, like, I don't know. Yeah, we just run down mid, honestly, like, we just kept getting picked off by the Night Stalker. But if we just run down mid, right, like, their team fight is good, but it's not as good as our team fight, I think. Like, if Mars can get a good arena, like, combine arena and static storm together, like, should be 2 dead, right? Anti-Mage is completely fucking useless for the first 25 minutes. So, I mean, I think that we just needed to 5-man and run down mid way earlier. Last pick in Viper. Was the last pick Viper? Oh yeah, I guess the Viper pick was really powerful against the Huskar and the Mars. Yeah, and then actually that Viper really fucked us for sure. If they had picked a greedier mid, let's say they picked like TA, we would have won the game for sure. But Viper, like, he had so much like team fight power, right? Like, he was just enough team fight to stop us from 5-manning down mid. I think you find Dark Willow may be a better choice, or Ogre as a position 5 than Disruptor, you mean? Well, I mean, Disruptor was the very first pick of the game, so you can't really blame the Disruptor pick. Thanks to the Dazzle pick, Mars can't play solo lane, and thanks to that, Miranda can't rotate. Are you saying Dazzle is really good against Mars? I don't know if he is or he isn't. I don't know. All I know is this line fucking screwed me really hard in the laning phase. Oh, he's immortal, of course. Like, he just played that lane so perfectly. Sometimes I wonder if I'm actually a good line player when I see other immortal line players, and they're so fucking good. Honestly, good support players are so scary. And actually, we can look at the graphs. Oh, we were losing the entire game. Oh, okay. So we actually lost the laning phase. We lost mid game. We lost late game. Okay. So mid actually drew even. No, Huskar beat the Viper. But yeah, Night Stalker beat me, and Anti-Mage beat Mars. But the good thing is, Night Stalker beat me by a bit, but Mars lost a lot more to Anti-Mage than I did. So let's see, when did Miranda pick? So it was first pick Disruptor, second pick Miranda, third pick Mars. Okay. I wonder how Mars and Mirana worked together in the beginning. Like, there are certain combos that just work really well with Mirana. Like, I play shit tons of Mirana, as you guys know. Like Bane Mirana, right? Or Shadow Demon Mirana, Kunkka Mirana. But I find that Mirana can be very, very hit or miss. Yeah, it's kind of like Pudge, right? Like these super skill shots that if you don't land them, then you're just completely useless, right? Anyways, we've got a new game now. Thanks, Rajesh. I'm glad you agree, Ashik. Huskar was also playing way too aggressive versus a Viper. What's he now? You know, I think I'm gonna start banning Night Stalker, dude. Like, Techies is super annoying. I would rather play against Night Stalker than Techies. But everyone's just fucking picking goddamn Night Stalker now. Maybe I should be the one to play Night Stalker. Zeus is the highest win rate now? Are you fucking shitting me? Wait, PA has positive win rate now? Oh wait, this isn't Herald. Oops. what are we talking about? Thanks, Lulu. LC is very good against Night Stalker and Anti-Mage, I think. I think LC is good against Anti-Mage for sure. And yeah, maybe... Yeah, probably the Anti-Mage, or the Night Stalker too. Oh, he plays Night Stalker, so we're not going to ban the Night Stalker. Go back to banning Techies.
5 seconds left.
How's it going, Alex?
Your pick. This is
oh,
when you
Night Stalker banned.
or lose.
He was the Night Stalker last game. Man, if you're just gonna play Mirana, just pick it. You wanna Mirana? Just pick. Back into Dota? Yeah, I finally got back into Dota too. Oh, God. This guy streams on Twitch. Shall we stream snipe him, guys? Guys, I have an idea. We're gonna stream snipe Orange and figure out where his wards are. And easy win. You guys think this is a good idea? I think it's a good idea. Let's fucking do it. Yeah, let's fucking do it! Let's fucking do it! Thank you, ladies. Okay.
Remember, the goal is to have
Oh,
fun.
Mirana stolen.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Guys, Randy just explained the joke. Come on, Randy.
Your pick now. Meepo.
How many wins today? I think 0. Did we win 0 today, guys? I think it's 0, right? Yeah. Fuck Dota 2. Fuck Dota 2. It's okay, Randy. The joke always needs to be explained, just in case some people don't understand it. And in this case, you know, you were the one.
You know what to
Go ahead,
do.
explain it. Life Stealer. Ah.
This is where you win or lose.
Ooh. How do I not have this fucking taunt? I swear to God, I have it. Where did it go? I'm gonna buy it right now. How the fuck do I not have this? There you go. Now we can spam it. Thanks, Cuppies. Damn, we have a Dota 2 team. Don't you dare accuse me of picking Dota team. I'll feed. Fuck you. Don't make me angry, guys. You wouldn't like me if I were angry. Pay 10 games, get number. Plus minus 75. Hi, Hulk this. I hope so, Chris. Fuck everyone on this team. Okay.
I love your shell, dude. Go Bowser the fuck out of them.
My friend,
He is
this one
Bowser-like, isn't he?
indubitably in
Are you crazy, bro?
bag.
You have a tinker. That guy, like, deletes a hero out of fights. Permanently.
I just hope this Pudge can land his hooks.
You miss all of them that you don't throw.
I'm feeling a bit better about this team, guys. Just a little bit.
30 seconds to battle.
Oh, it's DK mid. Wait a minute. DK might be mid. He has Culling Blade.
It's DK mid. It's okay, boys. It's okay. I have a laser beam. We got Pudge Hook. You could save that stun until the rune, by the way. That'd be my suggestion.
Got the bounty, bitch. You wanna trade with me, bitch? You wanna trade? Am I the only one who got a rune? Woo! Woo!
My tower.
That's a bit of a first blood. Have I got juice on my chains?
Yeah, I'm feeling better about this team. Maybe I'll be disappointed real soon. We'll see. Hello, I'm from Canada. Jizz on me chin. Okay. Slaughter is a stupido. Don't want this lane to push. This lane's fucking pushing. Which creep do I go for, guys? Oh my god, this is like the best lane I've ever had in years. Disappointment at the 12-minute mark. Whoa, whoa, Nicholas. You're being way too generous. I think, like... Get him, Pudge!
That's a bit of a...
It's working.
Lane's pushing too hard. Minus.
You can't make me.
Boop. Disappointment by 8-minute mark? Is that what you think, Raj?
I steal ahead. Open yourself to me. What's this?
It's okay, man. Appreciate the rotation, but
Yes.
even if I died, it's not really that big a deal.
Time to pull. Rage unleashed. It's a bit of all.
So far, so good. 4-0. Will this be Boostman's first victory of the day? Holy shit! Is this where the disappointment starts?
Okay, man.
Not for you.
Guy is putting up a barricade.
Get over it.
Come on, tower, hit the fucking right target, you shit! Wow! 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 No, the disappointment is starting now! I should have used my salve earlier. Oh my god, why didn't I just eat tangos throughout the fucking day?
To rage again. Yes.
Where'd he go?
I scramble.
It's an offlane, man. Pretty much all we can do for now. I mean, it's his safe lane. So what the safe lane's supposed to do? Our lifesteal is getting free farm as well, and he's pretty good against.
Someone complaining about something?
Don't worry too much about it.
Oh. Right, Tide's complaining about OD free farming. He's not complaining, he's posing a question.
There's a Mirana mid. Can I get a rotation, please? I think it's too late, though. Jesus.
You have last hits to go after, bro. There you go. Oh god, he's got his ultimate. Well, the good thing is I have my Midas.
Let me rearm before we go.
Yeah, I'm selling this fucking solve so I can TP quicker.
Top tower needs some help.
Tanky as fuck.
is under attack. I want a couple
You guys should be danking top instead of mid, because like we can't really do anything with it.
Odie's level 8. Oh.
killing spree. With honor.
Oh shit. Oh god, this is looking really bad, guys.
Dude, move. Fucking Christ, man.
Uh-oh.
Your top tower needs some help.
Nice.
Please don't fucking chase him into the camps. He's just gonna fucking see the stacks and they're gonna group up and kill him.
Uh-oh.
Fucking Christ! Why does nobody fucking listen?
Uh-oh.
Now there's just fucking
You remember what I said earlier, guys?
Fuck! Why can I not have one fucking decent teammate? Just fucking one.
The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him go there.
Good job, Pudge.
You can't make me.
Oh shit, it begins. Oh
Fucking
god.
muted Tide. Dumb faggot.
Oh my god.
Use the fucking mute button if you don't like it, you dumb fucking faggot.
Oh my god. This is basically my Dota 2 in the last week in a nutshell. Guys, let's just stop talking and play the game, okay? Thanks.
I already muted him, I don't give a shit.
That sounds pretty good.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. There.
Where'd he go?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Radiant structures are fortified.
Wow.
Of course.
Told you guys NA is fucking toxic as shit. Oh, the fun police is here. Oh my god!
Why are you not just infesting a creep? You have ulti. For fuck's sake.
He's just gonna kill the creep, dude.
Puff on over to your bottom tower.
Might have to mute this tinker
No
myself.
bottom tower. It's kind of bad. What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Yeah, no, not even fucking close.
Radiant structures are fortified.
In every meeting of minds, there must be a loser.
Your top tower just got the
I don't want to use Midas on that because I don't want to throw him over the edge.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
No, guys. NA is fucking the most toxic server I've ever played in. Almost as toxic as EU, but at least EU I don't understand what's going on. NA I understand, and it fucking yeah, it's not good.
Are you fucking goddamn serious? This fucking Pudge, dude. Holy shit. He can't cancel a fucking ulti? He can't even fucking hook a guy who's not moving. For fuck's sake, dude.
Dominate.
No, I'm telling you guys, Southeast Asia was the nicest server I've ever played on. Hey, just stop talking and play a game, guys. Please. It's only 11 to 17 right now. Pudge is doing well.
The top tower is under attack.
Pudge is like, thanks. I'm not gonna try and win this game. Yeah, but I don't deserve this lose, even if you think, you know.
Unstoppable! Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the king fortified structures. Pretty good move.
Slaughter's ult is fucking OP as shit.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Where did I stash my loot? I creep forward.
Your bottom
There
tower
he
is
is.
under attack. Hey! Your bottom tower just got denied! I bet your tower really appreciated that.
I'm good. Oh, I don't want to die, dude. I don't care about getting kills. I just don't want to die.
Chains can hold me.
Oh, it's sick!
Finally.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Oh, there better be something important. Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Yes, master.
Your top tower needs help.
Care.
What's that mean?
You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
I don't want to fight this.
Rally the troops and get over
I don't think Tide's throwing it. He just got caught in a bad situation.
Lives to steal.
$24. Oh. No, he's not feeding, dude. He just got caught out and he couldn't run. And he kind of wanted to fight because I think he had Ravage, so he felt overconfident. Can we save this guy?
Killing spree.
No detection? Ooh, what a great stun.
Double kill. Top tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
So I'm buying Blade Mail on Lifesteal, and this is a little unusual. But I think in this game it is good.
Your top tower is under attack. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Yes.
Killing spree.
I didn't think that they had that much burst. Would Radiance be good on this game? Yeah, it would be. I'm just afraid that I don't have the space to farm it. We just keep dying and losing the team fights, you know? So I'm not really sure that it's a good item this game. Maybe too greedy. I muted Tinker. No, I don't want to deal with that shit right now, dude.
Hey, welcome back.
Are you really gonna try, dude? Ooh, they killed the OD. That's good.
A spare rib. Yes, master.
They're all top care.
Lives for the taking.
He's dead. I can't do anything about that.
Killing spree.
That's a bit of all. Master comes.
God! Oh my god, they're so good at this game. Get me out. I don't want to play in Divine Immortal bracket anymore, guys. I'm gonna be a Smurf. I'm gonna beat down on some Heralds real soon. Is it worth it for me to get Solar Crest? 10 armor, huh? Versus 6 armor? 2,800 gold.
sounds dead. You ever been underneath this pit? A lot of good stuff down there.
Yes, master.
I was hoping that we'd win some games today, but I don't know. Oh god.
Finally. Oh, yes. You can't make me.
Okay.
Yes. It's not done.
Dominate!
Tucker needs to get out. Oh my god, he missed.
I steal ahead.
Oh, that would have been so good. Oh, he has BKB then. So.
Boy, fresh meat.
You have BKB, but you at least gotta use your charge. Wow. He got me in between my rage and my blade mail. That was such a perfectly timed Sanity's Eclipse.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Oh. You love this Pudge. What do you love about him? Yes, Slaughter, I was winning the lane against Slaughter, but it was 3 versus 1 in the beginning. But then soon I realized that if I was left alone, Slaughter versus Lifestealer, yeah, Slaughter kicks Lifestealer's ass, dude. Who's a girl, bro? What the fuck?
Chains can hold me. I'm not ready. Yes. It's not quiet.
Killing spree! The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Let's back.
Oh dear. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You gonna do something about it? You just sit there looking funny. Not being there no more. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Are we fighting this?
They're looking shaky. If you wanted your middle barracks to not fall, your door barracks are looking shaky.
Wow, how did he just blink out like that? This game is so bad, dude. This is fucking disaster game.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Good thing is I can't hear Tinker talk and no one else has said anything, so.
Bottom shrine is under attack.
Actually, the best thing to say is Miss. Hello, Miss, like Mrs. Doubtfire. If you say ma'am, it assumes that they're kind of older. Trust me. I've run into the exact situation before. Maybe I should just take, what's his name's advice? No Tail's advice. If you're not having fun playing Dota 2, just don't queue. Here we got 35 armor, but I still die so easily, dude. Oh my god, my farm is so poor, dude.
For the taking. It's not done yet.
Roshan shouldn't be up again. I don't think.
Yes, master.
Why does Tide have eggs anyways? Is that really good first item? Like he has no other items besides... Whatever. Oh my god, look at this guy's items. What talent does he have? 25 strength? Really wish we could just kill the OD. There's sentries there. I don't know if we go in on that or not. Can I not be Ah! Get me out! I don't want to play this game anymore. Don't even do damage, dude.
Dire structures are fortified.
I think he's talking to the Tinker. Yeah, maybe it's not my patch, guys. Maybe it's not my patch. Yeah, I mean, it just feels off. It's just not my patch. He has vision here. Oh, I fucking knew it. See, I knew it. There's no way he's just farming at the camp like that.
Today, I watched a bunch of Dumbos wander around doing nothing.
You can't make me.
Oh, I really feel like we should just let them end it. I don't know. We don't have any map control. I'm so underfarmed. Everyone's underfarmed.
You can't make me.
Got him. Nice job.
Whoa! Double kill!
Nice try, guys. GG. Let's let them end it.
Your top barracks are under attack! Your top barracks has fallen!
This is like my worst carry performance in a long time.
Your middle tower's under attack! What, not your job or something? Your middle tower has fallen! Your middle tower's under attack! Your middle tower has fallen!
So this Pudge hasn't said a single. I think he said something at the beginning of the game, right? Oh god. I can't tell if that line is being sarcastic. Dude, today's Dota 2 is so fucking bad. I've lost every single game, guys. Look at my recent games. Hey, give me back. I'll be back in 1 minute. Thanks, Devraj and Lulu. So, did I fucking jinx myself last game, guys? Do you remember this? I was like, this team is so fucking PMA. Oh, I have a good feeling about this game. You know? Yeah, oh, this will be the first game that I win in a long time. Yeah! And I'm like, ha 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 ha. Alright, guys. Countdown until we get really disappointed. How long do you guys think it was going to be? And Nicholas said 12 minutes, and that was actually scary accurate. Holy fuck, that Tinker started shouting in his microphone, dude. Yeah, 12 minutes sounds about right. Oh my god. Oh god. $355 GPM with a Midas. Wow, that is the most pathetic. Why don't I take a break from playing ranked? I'm thinking about it, dude. I can't even play right now anyways, so. What could we have done better in this game? Does Tide lane well against Slaughter? Does anyone know? Let's just look at these two heroes. So Slaughter can bash every 4 hits for 75, 125, 175. But Tide... I think Tide might still lose.
Tide Hunter.
I don't know. Maybe Tide and Slaughter would draw even. That's right. I told you, Matt, like Southeast Asia was the nicest server I've ever played on. It was so nice there. Okay, if this coordinator doesn't come back in like 5-10 minutes, then I'm just gonna sign off, Grace. And hope for a better day tomorrow. Yeah, so anyways, Tide versus Slaughter. Who do you guys think wins the lane? I think if Tide maxes his W and his E, I think they draw even, right? Because like Tide takes less damage because of Kraken Shell. He takes even less damage because of Anchor Smash. So he's able to harass and play defensive at the same time against a Slaughter. Although Slaughter is really good against melees, right? So I think that what if we had just put Tide against the Slaughter and then we put me against the OD. Tide's Kraken Shell dispels Slaughter's ult after like a certain amount of damage though. Yeah, Lycan's top hero in Divine right now. He's not played very often though. But it looks like Night Stalker's so powerful right now. Maybe we play Night Stalker Mirana or something like that. Clockwork was like complete garbage at TI, not even picked, I think, and now here he is. Huh. Yeah, anyways, maybe we just laned it incorrectly. Yeah, what if we just tri-laned against OD? Me, Pudge, Lion versus OD and OD, Mirana, CM? Was Mirana at bottom in the beginning? Can't really remember. No, she wasn't really. So they tri-lane top and we tri-lane bottom. I am hard support, okay. Hopefully I win this game.
Their best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
Well, you know, Matt, all the cores need farm. Just some more than others.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Hey, friend. Okay, I'm gonna play one of my best heroes. I don't normally like to play this hero because she's kind of boring to play, to be quite honest with you. She just dies a lot. Like, you swap your carry out of danger and then you fucking die. Rank 1500. Divine 4, fuck. Archon 1, fuck. Cryosat. I remember this guy. I think I've seen him in a lot of my games. Previous rank ancient? Oh god, I'm falling down real far, huh? Thanks for believing in me, guys. Yeah, hopefully with this Vengeful Spirit pick I can win, because honestly I'm pretty good at Vengeful Spirit. I have like high 50 win rate or something like that with Venge, I think. Let's have a look. Vengeful Spirit. 55.8. I used to be top 15 Vengeful Spirit player. So, we'll see. So in this particular game, I could swap actually the Pango as he rolls. We are going to focus on, let's see, how are they going to lane this? Is that a core? Is that a core Dazzle or is that a core Skywrath? Or is that a core? Actually, all of these can be cores or supports. So their draft is very ambiguous right now. We can't really tell.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Our control, okay, there we go. Yeah, I was gonna say our control is a little lacking. Our control is basically his stun and my stun, and it's kind of low. But now with the Sand King pick, it's quite good. Lose money. Lose money. You think this is it, Nicholas? Were you here just now when I was talking about the end of the game and how you predicted that we'd start falling apart by 12 minutes and then we actually just did start falling apart around that time? Oh man, dude, that's fucking terrible, dude. It started so PMA. And then it just fucking dive bombed, dude. You think it's mid Skywrath? Might be right. I don't know. I'm just gonna leave my items very open. Actually, I don't want this clarity, I think. Or do I? Maybe I do. No, we're gonna keep the clarity. I'm gonna buy a sentry and maybe something else. Sentry.
I fly. Fortune and glory await.
Okay, maybe we'll play it like this.
I'm on the quiver. This one is in the bag.
It's as certain as my choice of air. This one is in the bag.
As you wish.
They will push hard after. Oh.
If I must.
I like this pink.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Blightstone.
30 seconds.
Wraithking has 1 armor, dude.
My sentiments precisely. Let my vengeance soar. I am there. Let the battle begin!
Suck my dick, bitch!
What?
Yep. Oh shit, I'm gonna die! Wait, how can he see around that corner?
Faster.
Where did Dazzle put his ward? I wonder. Oh.
To battle.
Found it.
Worthless one. As you I am not hungry. Four.
How does he see me? What the fuck? How does he just right-click me like that?
This is almost more fun.
If I must. As you wish. My sentiments precisely. Vengeance flies beside me.
Oh, I need to cancel this guy's clarity.
Four.
You cold?
Yes. The time has come.
Denied.
I am the illusion.
I think I want to wand this because it just keeps casting shit, dude.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Oh, not quite worth.
Ascended.
I fly.
Calm down.
Faster.
There we go. Now Wraith King has a little bit more armor. Oh, you fucking cunt.
Fly to it.
Yeah, I'll pull the next wave.
Vengeance soar. To battle. With the vengeance. I am not arguing. As you Sutherx guide my arrows. I fly. Yes. If I must.
Oh, that guy's got a javelin already.
Very well. Vengeance flies beside me.
Words.
Let my vengeance soar. Yes, goddess.
I don't have a TP scroll, huh?
The time has come.
Excommunicated.
Skylar, Skylar, dead.
He's gonna shrine.
Faster.
Yeah, let's push with the catapult.
Man, I can't help him.
Where my shadow
Oh, too deep, dude. I didn't want to do that.
I am not
See you later, Rajesh. Study hard.
battle. As you wish.
Oh my god.
There's a haste rune.
Going back to base.
Better hang on to my hat.
Are you even watching your top tower?
I am there.
You're gonna use your ultimate or what? What the? What kind of gank was that?
My sentiments.
The top tower is under attack.
Of the dice.
Almost there. Perfect.
I don't think we can kill.
Thank you so much. I am not arguing.
Your middle tower is.
Oh my god, I warded right in front of them.
My wings are broken.
It's a blue circle. God damn it. It tracks my eyes. Whatever I look at, you'll see. Holy shit.
My sentiments precisely. I am
The
there.
top tower needs some help.
Oh, everything's not doing well.
The nether reaches out.
Your top tower.
I mean, he's 3-3, but I don't know. Pangolin just hit 6. God. Do I just suck at this game or something? Save this guy?
At last. Thanks for your talents.
Was that intended? My dazzle looked intentional. What a shot.
With a vengeance.
I mean, we have a ward there.
Very well.
Oh, so they saw me ward, but they didn't think I actually warded, but I actually did ward?
Vengeance.
That's funny.
lies be- Let me stretch my. If you wish.
It's good to be king.
10-minute runes? Runes.
As you wish.
Oh, this Rubik's almost dead, dude.
Thanks, I got mana.
His shrine's about to be up. Yeah. This game's okay so far, guys. Thanks, Priyeg. I'm just trying my best, but it just seems so hard sometimes.
By the bloody pin.
Oh, shit. That's okay. I don't know, man.
May the skies surrender to me. If you insist.
I can defend top.
Hey, Sand King, maybe you can stun Epicenter and my stun or something like that. Oh.
I don't have epicenter.
Oh, never mind.
Faster.
God, this fucking game, dude.
4,
Why did I just assume that he had epicenter?
If I must.
He has Battle Fury? Oh wait, no. Why did I think he has Battle? Hey, so if you get maybe you can get epicenter next level?
Yeah.
Okay.
Visions here. My sentiments precise.
So far we haven't been toxic, so.
With a vengeance.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, I mean we can try.
Wait for Sandstorm.
Okay.
The time has come.
You went Midas, so I think.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do this. You might even want to right click him a few times first.
Let my vengeance soar. I fly.
Man, this am I just wasting a lot of time? Okay, I'm gonna block this next wave a little bit. I'm not with you, Sanking.
Killing spree.
I can swap you. I can swap. No. Let's not go on that. So if you solve yourself up, maybe next time around we can epicenter and. Okay.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Oh. Wow, man. Oh my god. Like, why did he just channel epicenter right in front of the void like that?
I am not.
They're trying to knock down your
I'm
mid
just,
tower.
guys, you seen this shit, man? Like, what the fuck?
Do not.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Where it needs a nerf? I agree.
Let my vengeance soar.
The top tower is under attack.
TP's on cooldown.
Your top tower needs some help.
Everything is level 9. He's catching up well.
The troops and get over there.
Okay, maybe.
Your top tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that. Tower has fallen.
Okay, well, let's fight at these runes, okay? And Sanking has a blink, you know, so now's a pretty good time to fight. Void doesn't have chrono, I think.
Yes.
They're all coming. They're all coming.
Mountains to dust.
Two for 2. 3 for 2. Hey, that is a lot better than what I've been facing.
Taking this tower.
And space for Wraithing too.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Yeah, it was a good trade. I'm gonna stack 2 of these real quick.
I am there.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Dominate.
I don't have swap, but I can stun this void if he.
Coming.
We can't kill, and that's fine.
Faster.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
1510 chrono.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Yeah, you suck him good, son. You suck him.
Regen's so nice, dude. Let's take.
My sentiments precisely.
Okay, fuck this. Not sure what he got.
The time has come.
Oh, and you know, their late game is really powerful too. So, I don't know.
Battle.
We can fight.
Faster.
Just D-push.
As you
We got my nether blast, we gotta kill them.
Next time they come up, I'm gonna go.
Okay.
they are you. As you
Almost, bro.
Nice. That was good. That was good. That's good. Getting better.
Let me get that.
Sure. You have blink though. Are you sure you want it? The Skyrat's kind of lowish. Let me get closer to him. Alright, ready when you are. Nice! There we go, some teamwork.
I am ready.
I should have used my wand there. I was just focusing on like just trying to stun that void before he can time walk. I might just go Vlad's, man. I think just go Vlad's. Solar Crest? How would I build Solar Crest? Oh boy. Most of their... Nah, I don't think Solar Crest is the item.
I'll take that.
A gift from the goddess.
Because like, most of their damage is magical, so why would you buy Solar Crest? And if I need to save someone from Face Sword, I just swap them, right? So I'm pretty sure Solar Crest is not the item. It doesn't matter, the Light King already has lifesteal. You still get plus 15% extra damage, right? Nothing wrong with more sustain. It's kind of like saying if you have Guardian Greaves, you can't buy a pipe, right? Actually, I didn't check if anyone else has Vlad's. This could be pretty bad.
They have double Midas, so we should push.
Yeah, no, I'm the only one who have Vlad's, guys.
Let's go mid. Wraith King can bait.
I'm already taking bot with Wraith King shit.
Joining you guys mid in just a few seconds.
Faceless Void's TP.
Coming mid, I have swap.
Pretty good move if you ask me.
I got stuck in the chrono. Ooh! Damn, guys, good job. Hey, can we Roshan, please? Can we please go Roshan? Please. Wraith King Clinks, can we Roshan? Like, you can't take down the tier 2 anyways. They're just gonna glyph that. Oh god. Okay, I was wrong. Still, I think Roshan's a better objective. Hi, Gabriel. Wait, courier.
The time has come.
Hey, you guys are kind of far. You don't have backup.
To battle. Very well.
I do in her name.
Why we do this? So Priya, you asked me if Urn would be good this game. I don't think Urn is that good. Like, if I were to build Urn, I mean, it's an okay item, right? But I just feel like we have enough sustain already. And the other thing is, like, although they have Dazzle who can heal, I mean, his heal is not so significant, right? It's more of an AoE, a little bit for everyone, right? We're not trying to stop one particular person from healing, right? Yeah, you should plug it out. Does that make sense, Priyag?
Your middle tower's under attack.
How about Lotus? Yeah, Lotus makes sense.
Can we smoke, get a pick off, and then Rosh?
The time has
Yeah.
Clear this first.
25-minute runes is up too.
faster.
I'll take your tribute.
With a vengeance.
Thanks, wait.
I'm pretty far from you guys, just saying. Yeah, you guys are really deep. And I might just die right here. I don't want to die. Oh, they have ward on that side.
Let's just Rosh. Just Rosh.
You are mine. We have to do. I fly.
I think, yeah, Lotus makes sense for Skywrath, you know? Skywrath's gonna have like Sheep Stick.
Okay.
I almost have Helm Dominator as well.
If you insist.
Okay, now I get pipe, I think. Does anyone else pipe on this team? No.
Yes.
Dude, even this pug now almost has pipe. I'm in a BKB.
Alright, can we rush now? Red King has BKB.
Okay.
I'll pick up that.
I need a creep, dude.
Alright, let's rush.
Have a smoke.
Can you fucking follow me, you stupid fucking creep? I guess we have move speed aura for now.
As you will. Very well. You ever been underneath his pit?
Yeah, top's best.
Let's go.
I'm looking for a good creep to dominate. Oh, what the fuck? Didn't mean to click on that. Always good creeps. Nah, I don't want that one. 2810, thanks, dude. Running over.
I almost got the sky.
They have vision.
Oh, dude, my thing got Midas.
Is it gone?
Okay, I'll put down sentry. Hey, Red King, I can swap you out. Okay. Yeah, we can be patient.
Spread out. We can't all get in the chrono. Make sure we spread out.
Yeah, just be patient with reincarnation.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
Can you be on the other side, Clinks? I'm protected.
The bottom tower
He has his ultimate, that's fine.
killing spree, double kill.
Oh man, I did. Yo, too many buybacks. Too many buybacks. Too many buybacks.
Can we chill a bit? I'm low on man.
Holy shit. Die! Oh shit, he died! Die, motherfucker! He died the Pugna ward, right? Yeah, he did.
That's great.
So, dude, they just minus my Dominator creep earlier. Need another Dominator creep.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Regeneration.
As you wish. The time.
Yeah,
We can take.
you know, I'm a really greedy 5. Not gonna lie.
Faster.
Oh, he used Chrono.
Chrono's down.
Okay.
Can TPN. Where we going?
What's the regen on this? 8.5?
I am not.
Isn't top easier, guys? We don't have the tower top.
Back up for a sec, take Shrine. Don't have to commit.
Okay.
Let my vengeance soar.
Heal up if you can, Reggie.
Okay, let's just take this creep for now.
The enemy's top
You can also
shrine
push
has
in
fallen.
top, since that tower's actually dead.
Yes.
I can heal someone up if anyone needs help.
Yes.
Let's wait 26 seconds then.
Hey, can you take my smoke?
I'll be back.
Okay, everything. Thanks, Gabriel.
Stand back.
I have a Force Staff. Wraith King, just make sure you turn around.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Hey, Silver Creek, get your butts out here. You better poof on over here. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Oh my god, shit.
How does he have it again already?
I suddenly like your chances.
Nice.
Good job. I think we win this game. I think I'm finally gonna win a game, guys. God damn, it's been so long. Oh, Jesus. Hey, this rune is still here, Wraith King. It looks pretty safe to grab. I have my illusion scouting.
On my way. I'm almost there. I'm stuck in his dick, he can't fight.
Can you blame him?
Nice.
This 2 out of 3?
There's 2 armor, right? 3 armor.
As you wish. Radiant structures are fortified.
I can save you, Clinks.
Enemy's bottom tower's going. Nice, man. Killing spree! Double kill! Dominating! Own it!
Nice.
Bottom barracks just the enemy's died. Good job,
Oh, hi, trap noise. Dude, I should bring back Vengeful Spirit, dude.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks are just their You now have the mega creeps. Biggest.
This is like the first good game I played in 10 games.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Finally, I win a game!
So what if I swagger?
GG, guys. I'm really relieved. I finally fucking win, dude. Sure. Like, no one was toxic at any point in this game. This is a great team. That was the best team in Dota 2. Oh, all the comments. That was the best team of Dota 2 I've had in a long time. Finally! It's not all red! Yeah, so in this game, I don't know. I just wanted us to have like a 5-man cohesive, powerful. I bought all the auras. Yeah, honestly, even if we already have Wraith King's Vampiric Aura, I think it's okay to get Vlads because then you get that plus 15% extra damage. You get 4 armor. It's even the ranged people get extra life steal. It's pretty significant. Helm Dominator also gives you 8.5 HP regen and 20 attack speed, everything. So the skeletons attack more quickly. Everyone gets more regen. I bought a pipe because they have like Fade Bolt, they have Skyref's bullshit, Pangoliers, Maelstrom, and Swashbuckle, and all that stuff. So it was just like one cohesive, death ball. None of this like pew pew pew, blink dagger, 4-staff shit. No, it's just one cohesive ball of death. You know what I mean? Yeah, we might have to do some Venge Rampriag. Anyways, this was the last game of today. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Cohesive ball of death sounds like Pango's ult. Yeah, but our ball is bigger. Motherfucker. Oh wait, that's not the sound effect I wanted to play. Our ball is bigger, motherfucker. There we go. The Wraith King, he was really far behind at the beginning, but then he came out quite far ahead. Good night, Juan. Yeah, you Southeast Asia people, you guys should all go to bed. Jesus, come on. Hell late over there, I'm sure. Anyways, thank you everyone for watching the stream today. Hope you guys had fun. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time. So it should be around 8 a.m. Pacific time. So should be back in around 4 hours from now. 20 hours from now. Have a great day, great night, guys. Bye, Gabriel. The stream is gonna close in a second. As soon as I'm able to press the button. See you soon, guys.